Hello, 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 welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you today? Let's get started, I guess. Is my wait my no my mic looks fine. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think that should that's maybe too much. I think that should be better. Approximately there. Ish. Let's see. So this should be fine, I think. Hopefully. So we have a new playlist that we try. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Can I somehow see? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, cool. I think that should work. Where is the rest of my overlay here? All right. Let's get started, I guess. Yeah. So I want to finish today the bits and pieces that we left off yesterday. Kind of missing. And there's two things for that. One is the attribute for the attribute for unit conversion. So basically what I want to do is have here a weird get attribute unit attribute, and if we have that, then we add a couple of things. So first of all, weird or like property grid value, property grid variable sphere.name. If we have a unit attribute, then we do something different. Actually, maybe we do it like different altogether. Or maybe I give the No, I think that's fine like that. Let me think a little bit. Maybe that's fine, or we forward it to the property grid. That would be another way. We could as well most likely or do something like numeric options, add unit attribute dot display. I think maybe I actually want to have that as string, and I just accept that as is. Or maybe, yeah, no, let's do that. We probably need to, I mean, maybe not. Something like that should work fine. And unit attribute display on, well, yeah, basically that it shouldn't be empty, I guess, but I think that's fine. Probably for the slider we do something similar. Okay. Now we need to go to property grid, of course, and have here a ratio. How would I do that? Let me think. Maybe we have another scalar option that takes more stuff. From ratio, type name to ratio. Or like display. Maybe something like that. This requires and ETH ratio. Something along those lines, probably. The question is, does that work? And then... Question is, how would I be able to differentiate those? Probably not very easily. So maybe I don't do it like that. Maybe I actually don't do it like that. Let's not do it. Just makes it more complicated, I think, than what it needs to be. Actually, let's do var property grid core. Start. Right. If we have numeric options, then it's that. Otherwise, it's just that. Alright, so we have that basically. And we don't have then that, then we then we do a code generator and property grid core. Otherwise, we do a code generator and do we, I mean, not necessarily, I guess. Can do auto display unit equals units quantity cast. I think at least that's what I wanted to do, right? Yeah. I mean, maybe I don't need to do units. Maybe just quantity cast. And that is the unit attribute. From unit. I think it's from to, right? Oh no, to from, okay. That would be to display unit from unit. And then that would be beard.name. And then we do code generator, enter scope probably. If property grid car. Oh well, that doesn't really work, right? Never mind, I guess I need to duplicate it. Hello, Riven Main. Welcome back. I guess we can do it like that. So here that would be display unit. Otherwise it's down there. And that would be property grid car like that. And if that is, yeah, if that's true, we just enter the scope. And we say is modified to true basically. And we do beard dot name. We quantity cast back in the other direction. Display unit. That should work. The only problem is the name potentially. So let's do or I do a scope around it. Maybe I do that. Just an empty scope here. That way as well is basically safe. This is in the numerical editor, so that should already be fine. We can already test that. Did I have the correct thing in the component def? Here, right? Or not quite here. Almost. Radiance degrees. I think that should be fine. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have done that. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to run the code generator. Okay, I mean it generated, but did it generate correctly is the other question, right? Transform editor. Oh, that didn't really work. I guess we never enter that. Okay, great. Where parse? Maybe I should split that. I mean, I should probably for sure split that into separate files to make that a little bit more sane. So I guess I enter here, hidden, read only, hidden, hidden. Okay. Parameters. Radian degrees, okay. That's fair. Well, that is garbage, of course. Does it generate now? Unfortunate. Well, I guess... Actually, I can set a breakpoint here, right? Yeah, shouldn't that work now? Oh wait, am I not... Oh my god, stupid me. Return. Hello, what's up? I mean, if you return a null property, a null attribute for the attribute, then this never can work. Almost. Yeah, so that's what I thought. I need to do this. So I took the liberty and took your... I did a typo, right? I took your quantity, well, it's called quantity now, but it's your capacity thing. I just added a couple more, well, not really a lot actually. Most of it is still your stuff. Actually, it's 90%, like 99% your stuff. I just renamed it to quantity instead of capacity. Because I saw you use it for, yeah, capacity stuff, so... Just a rename there, added that concept so that I know if something is a ratio. added degrees and radians like that, and I added a convenience function, because otherwise in the entry point what I would have to do is I would always have, like, for example, a radians f64, and then I could do a quantity cast from that to degrees, right? But for that I would need a type like that already. So what I added is I can give it any type that is just the underlying type of this. And I can do a direct cast basically. So I'd give it the ratios here instead of the actual type. So it's another overload on the quantity cast, which basically just constructs the from and to quantity. Because that makes it nicer in this, and it returns me directly the underlying type again. That's good. Yeah, fair. No, but I didn't want to touch that. So yeah, instead of a radian, instead of getting here back a radians f32, I get back actually just a float. In this case, because I gave it a float. Which is quite nice, I think. I mean, you can still use the types as well. But I don't really want to do a vector 3 radians f32. Yeah, I could of course. But I would still need to wrap everything in the type, right? Because for my transform, I only have a vector 3 f32, so what I would need to do is change that to radians f32, like radian f32 or something like that, and I'm not sure if I like that. So that each component is a radian f32 inside. Oh yeah, and then this doesn't currently exist because that one needs to be a vector. Actually, let's do an if const expr here. STD is specialization. I think I have a specialization of, yeah. Actually, I have a better one. Is vector 2, I think, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I have that already. Okay. Do I have a is vector? I don't think I do. That might be as well an interesting concept, maybe. Maybe we do that actually. Template T. So about yesterday, the handling of collision in. If I said I will make collision layers to remove. Well, you might get the question what you mean with the engine collision system, but more or less, yeah. And then there will be some follow-up questions, maybe like, okay, but how, for example, do you deal, like your grid has a size, right? Let's say 16 by 16. How do you deal with entities that are on the edge between grid cells? Like they are maybe in two grid, or like, yeah, if they move, how do you handle that thing? Because entities can be maybe bigger than your 16 by 16 grid, so how do you handle that would be a follow-up question. What would your general intuition would be, how big the grid size, like how big a cell of a grid should be? Like what would be, do you just say it's 16 by 16, or is it based on something that lets you decide the size, for example? In a smarter way and stuff like that. So you will get some follow-up questions, of course. But yeah, that's a good start. And I think it's something similar to what I said in that. Is vector 2 or is a vector 3 or is vector 4? And then we return out a new vector t with the quantity cast. See, and maybe here I actually will do. No, I think it's fine. Hell. If const expr is vector 2, why is actually, I mean, that's another question. Like, why is there no switch static const expr switch yet? That would be quite nice, to be honest. How relevant is I mean, that really depends on the size of your game, of the game world. Usually not very relevant for most of the games. For Avatar it was important. So for Avatar the world was too big to be represented by floats. So what they did is they did some, I mean, it was still floats, but they did an hierarchical system on top of it, because yeah, we ran into floating point issues because the world was too big. Usually if you, a good estimate is if you, I think around 3 to 4 kilometers away from the origin, you run into precision issues. So if your game world or your level fits in like a good, like 2.5 kilometers, for example, in each direction, is totally fine with a floating point, and you will not have any issues. I'm not quite sure what you mean with that. What's up? It's. I mean, you mean double, right? I mean, you. Probably, maybe. I'm actually not too sure about. To be honest, I mean, shaders definitely it has an effect on it. CPU, I'm actually not too sure how big the overhead for doubles is nowadays with the 64-bit systems, to be honest. If that really is a big deal. That is a little bit like, I wouldn't want to answer that because I'm really not sure. Let's do airs because we don't have anything airs, and it has to be a vector 4 at that point. I can make like handmade collisions for big bodies, right? Or this won't work to have multiple types. I mean, yeah, that would work. I wouldn't say that's a good good solution, but so I think let me think, what did I say? And I think basically it was, at least to the interview, I mean, that's always a bit of a like, matter of opinion and taste, right? There's not a real right or wrong answer necessarily, but I said that like it's fine if you have an enemy or like an entity in multiple grid cells at one point, because you're really only interested in like reducing the amount of checks you do, and even though an entity might be in multiple cells at once, you still reduce the overall complexity of the collision detection with the grid already quite a lot. And then for the grid size, usually you would want to make it as big, like the grid size, or as small. I mean, it depends, a matter of viewpoint. You want to make the grid as small as your biggest entity, because then you at least ensure if everything is standing still, everything is only in one cell at a time. And then only if things move, they are potentially in multiple cells. But yeah, what's up? I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if it's like easy to measure that. I mean, probably you could write a micro benchmark for that, but I'm not sure if that's worth it. I think maybe it's more a memory. Yeah, I'm kind of curious as well, but I'm a bit too lazy to try it. But probably it's more a matter of memory and less about the performance. Because yeah, it's double the memory, of course, and that's a big bit of a problem. Like, so you try to avoid it where possible. But when they move the part that is not full in the grid, well, no, I mean, you still have it in 2 cells at the same time, right? In the grid. You have like, let me get my beautiful paint out and my paint skills. This is the grid. Beautifully uniform, of course. And then let's say your entity, your biggest entity would be something like that, right? So it fits in one cell, but if it moves, then okay, yeah, then it's marked as to be in this cell and in this cell. So whatever collision detection you do in this cell you treat this one as fully inside, basically. So every entity that's in here, every entity that's, god damn it, why is it not copying? Okay, whatever. Well, like you check this entity with this one and the other one with that one and like that. So you always treat this one as like being actually in that area. So basically an entity could be in 2 cells at once. And then once this is fully moved in, you remove it from this cell. I mean, you do this entity then a little bit more often, or like this entity becomes a little bit more expensive than other ones, but that shouldn't be a big of a problem. And then again, the grid one is probably not even the most optimal one, but it's a good start to try to implement the collision detection at the game and see how bad it is. Probably a quad tree would be better, but the quad tree updating is like the big bottleneck. So maybe actually, I've never implemented a bullet hell shooter, so I'm not sure, to be honest. I could see the updating of the quad tree to be a problem for a bullet hell shooter because you have so many things that move. So maybe a grid is actually better. Compressing of what? I don't think so. I mean, I'm not even sure if there's too much. I mean, probably there are some. I'm not sure. Did Ubisoft games compress their files? I'm not sure actually. I don't think we did compression on the game files. Yeah, I mean, the loading times would get longer. I'm not sure, to be honest. It, I guess, depends again on the game. But yeah, it would help with the file size, but your loading times would probably be quite a lot slower. But again, that's something that you would have to measure for the like specific game you're doing. But I think that's probably one reason why it's not really done, because I could imagine that loading times gets just not exponentially, but I'm saying now exponentially more expensive. Not sure if like the actual ratio, but definitely something to think about, to be honest, in the future. If compression on those files would make, or would help, and what the trade-off is for it. Let's see, do we have now here an input in radians? Oh, god damn it, I think my rotation is a little bit scuffed. God damn it. I think my huh. Oh, maybe, wait, I think I didn't generate new, right? I think it redid it again. Probably. Transform editor, yeah, I think I need to export. I built the tool again. Currently it's capped at 144 or 60 depending on your monitor. Everything above that doesn't really matter and it's not really worth measuring, in my opinion. Hello, Captain Chico. So I have not tried it, but I find it always quite funny, those engines that claim they have like 4000 FPS compared to Unity's 3000 FPS or whatever that they sometimes do. And in reality, the difference between 4000 and 3000 FPS is marginal. So FPS is not really a good measurement because it's not a linear scale. Frame time would be more interesting. And that as well, yeah. Going over the refresh rate is anyways wasted. So as long as I'm at 144 or 60 FPS, well, 144 for, because I want to support that, right? Everything above that, I don't really care. Or yeah, I don't care and don't support that. Or I mean, I support it, but I don't test for it. Oh, is it? Oh, it's X, right? It's like uppercase. Yeah, what Captain Chica said. And again, it's always funny to me that people claim like, oh, I got like to 10,000 FPS versus, as I said, 3,000 FPS, and then in reality that's I don't know how many milliseconds. Like it's probably not even milliseconds the difference in that scale. So it doesn't really matter. FPS is a really bad stat. Yeah, I know chocolate. I used it in the past. It's okay. I wouldn't say it's the best, but it's okay. But I don't use it anymore. Or, yeah, I used it only briefly. Okay, maybe Captain Chica has more. And I think there is as well. I'm not sure if it's the same, but there is Winged. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. And so far Winged worked a little bit better for me as well, but again, I don't use it too much. Okay, that works. So we have degrees here now. Perfect. But we need to cap it. I think I want to cap it to 360. Because I don't want this crap to happen. Okay. So that's that. So that kinda works already. So why is my rotation broken though? What did I change? I mean, maybe, right? Maybe you would be allowed to tell someone. I'm not sure about their NDA, about that stuff. Maybe it doesn't, yeah, I'm not really 100% sure what's up about that, to be honest. It might not release it yet correctly, yeah. That's a good point. I mean, I think I can try that though. No, I think, yeah, I think I tested that like last, I don't know when. Why did it crash? Oh, okay. I think, yeah, Alt Tab currently doesn't work, yeah. So I Alt tapped, but it still has focus in the background. But to the extent that you're not even allowed to say that you work on it, that's kind of insane, but maybe, I don't know. I mean, you wouldn't be allowed to say what you're working on, that for sure, but that you work on Windows yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know. It's like Baltimore. Don't boost his ego too much. So, yeah, I wanted to check what I actually bricked with my camera. Because I definitely bricked something. Or maybe it's that. Two radiance, and I cast. Oh yeah, I did brick that, I think. Where was that? Camera CPP. This should be from or 2 radians from degrees. I think maybe I changed that. Can't be so hard for me to find out where you work. Okay, yeah, perfect. So that works again. I think that looks fine. Yeah. Okay, I think I have everything working again. I think we can move on with to the input stuff. I mean, I didn't move all the components. I might do that in my not streaming time. It's not really interesting moving the other components, to be honest. It's just changing them from the normal HCP to the normal, oh god damn it, to the OCD format. See, and with that it makes it super simple probably to find. Plus I have your GitHub user, so I have your name, I think. And with that I should be able to maybe find you on LinkedIn if you have LinkedIn. It was your mistake pushing to my repro. Not that I bother doing that. Really, is it? Okay, maybe it's harder, never mind. If you're that confident. I think I will commit all of that because it's basically working. So let's push that, I think. Stage. added and it added units slash quantity to Onyx core. Do you have a GitHub? What's up? Is your stuff on GitHub? You provided the file, so I would want to at least maybe... I don't know, I wanted to give you credit. I'm a nice person, what can I say? I will just do it like that for now, and then I guess it's an engine, I don't know. And then the rest I think is just component stuff, yeah. Huh? What? Where? What? Let's go here. This one, delete. I think we have other old things as well, so this one, delete. That all? I think it is. Oh god damn it, I think I forgot to... What did I just push? I don't insist if you don't want to. Don't worry. Alright, so I think that should all work quite nice. That looks fine. I think I can push that. Moved components, moved game core components to new code generation. Corporate headhunt? I'm not sure what the price for that is, but probably not that cheap. And then let's stage that. And add that, so improved include handling for code generation. Added multiple, like added new attributes for runtime only and other stuff built. I don't know, a bunch of other stuff. Alright, so I think with that, I will at least for now leave the code gen branch and we will create a new one from dev, and we will fix the input stuff, and I will finish the code gen branch and merge it in later. So what I do is, I'm a pleb, so I will do it in Git. What? What did I miss here? Alright, so that branch should be up and running. So what we should be able to do is that... Oh wait, does that even... That might not work actually that nicely. We actually clear that again. Maybe I just work directly in dev. Maybe I just directly work in dev. The problem is none of the project will work with that. That's a bit of a problem. So I think I will fix it here and then we move it to dev. And I will do that off stream. But yeah. So for game let's fix first game input and then let's see if we stick with it or not. So where is my input library here? Yeah. Oh, I did remove that, great. Where was that? Onyx modules, input dependencies. Something like that, but if we don't have that, can I do find package X input? Does that work? Because I'm not 100% sure if that works. I will get something to drink again. Be right back. Alright, I mean, I guess that didn't work, X input. And I guess just that doesn't work either, right? Probably. I think I had an issue already with that in the past. That X input is... I'm not sure how to link X input, to be honest. Do I still have the C make find stuff for game input? Did I have one is the other question. Oh yeah, I did have one. But it's gone here. Fascinating. That actually linked? Okay. So does that mean I have X input here? Platform Windows. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, cool. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Alright, so then let's do two things. Let's actually go here. Need to go here. Game input. Not sure if we will do X input today, but let's see. That goes in there. Oh, maybe we actually rename it a little bit. Game input. X input. Game input controllers. Game input controller. I guess I can do an X input here already. I don't know, it doesn't really matter, right? Oh, that's the CPP, sorry. Great. Exactly what I wanted. Alright, and then we go. We actually, I think I kill this. And we do that. Well, if it's found, we do that, else we do that. Is that a thing? Wait, where is that used? That's not really what I wanted. In which CMake file would that be? 'Cause I'm pretty sure I do that somewhere, right? Not? Because I would want to do that. If Onyx something along those lines. Let's see if that changes something. That should work, and that should enable game input again, because I think I still have it installed. Oh wait, we not quite right actually. If, as if, and if. Okay, then this goes away. But actually, at that point we can do that. Otherwise, probably do that. That's good enough. I mean, yeah, I would say so. I mean, we are getting more or less just started. I mean, not really. We already did a couple of smaller things for the... We finished off... I mean, not really, but we finished off the first version of the code generate. I mean, I would try to focus on one and then learn other languages afterwards. I wouldn't try to learn like multiple languages at the same time. I think that's not really... I mean, unless you're already very confident in like your programming skills. Otherwise, I would stick to one and try to understand the basics of programming before trying to learn too many languages at once. But yeah, I know C#, C++. I use that regularly at work. C# for tools mostly, C++ for the game, of course. I know a little bit of Python, I know Java, and what else? A little bit of Lua, because we do some scripting from time to time in Lua. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, CMake, I guess. If you consider that a programming language. But to be honest, most of the programming languages are very, very similar. If you know one, I would say it's very... Like, if you know one of the low-level languages like C++ or C, it shouldn't be too hard to get used to other languages. It's most of the time then just syntax, and yeah, finding like the things in the standard library that you have available for it, but otherwise the concepts stay the same. Yeah, I did have those as well, yeah. I don't like them, but some companies do those kind of interviews, yeah. I don't think they are very useful, but yeah. Yeah, that should work. As I said yesterday, I got an interview question about what STD move does and how STD move works. And basically what I said is it avoids copying as long as you have a move constructor or a move assignment operator. So basically you try to do it to avoid copies of unnecessary big objects. That was wrong for him, because what he wanted to hear is that STD move actually internally is just a cast basically to T-ref. It doesn't do anything. Is that useful to know? Probably not. As long as you understand the concept of STD move, I would argue it's more important to understand the concept of STD move than to know that this is just a cast to T-ref. But whatever. I don't know. So that was one of the interview questions that yeah. Yeah, I didn't really know that at that time. I don't think it's a needed in, like, I don't think in your day-to-day work, this has no value to know. As long as you know how STD move works, how STD move, what the benefit of STD move is, and what you need to have for STD move to work, like a move constructor or a move assignment operator, I think that's good enough. The intrinsics that it's just a cast to like a R value reference, I don't know if that's really needed. So it's a bit of a useless question in my opinion. Because yeah, I can of course try to learn the standard word by word and paraphrase it, but if I don't understand it, it doesn't help me either. Just because I know that it does a R value reference cast, does it really help me? If I don't understand what that means? Or how I would use that? I would argue not really, but that's my opinion. So I didn't really like that interview. But yeah. I still got further in the interview process, but so it wasn't really that. I think they didn't pay too much or like didn't weight it too much, but I think it's a useless question in my opinion. So is my input now working again? No, right? Because I kind of bricked, I think, the includes. It looks like I did. Of course I did. I forgot to adjust them. Platform, Windows game input. And then we have game input controller, and then we have as well platform X input controller. And we have the same here, game input. I'm wondering, does that support? That will be something we will soon encounter. Does this list here support CMake generator expressions so that I can do like not do those when I'm on when I'm on Linux? Would be nice, otherwise I need to split the list probably into platform specific lists and common. So yeah, that's why as well I liked the interview that asked about the collision system more, because that's something more relatable to the day-to-day work of a programmer in the games industry, right? Yeah, exactly. What's up this stuff? So let's see, we have our game input here, and we have no. Yeah, that's what I thought that would happen. It's fine. I think we can fix that for now in an ugly way, but it's fine. So we do it here. Or do I just add it like that? Maybe I just add it like that. It, as far as I understood, I'm not a like super expert on STD forward, to be honest, but the perfect forwarding basically just means that you, yeah, as WhatsApp said, you keep the argument as like close to what you give it basically, or like basically the same as you give it, and then you can avoid copies and stuff like that and move stuff, and yeah. It's a performance thing mostly. Perfect forwarding is really just for performance. I think. Oh yeah, I need to, of course, do the script here again. Find game input.cmake. Then let's put that here again. Again, I am not sure. Oh yeah, okay, no, that should still work, I think. Do I need to include that? I'm not sure. No, I don't think so, because I have lookup thing onto this directory pretty much. I'm pretty sure I have that. Yeah, I can understand that. I can relate to that a little bit back in the day, yeah. And even now, it really sucks to screw up an interview. But yeah, of course, it's a little bit different. And like once you have a little bit more work experience, it's you maybe don't take it as personal if they don't hire you. But yeah. Oh wait, it's not that anymore, or what? Oh no, maybe not. Oh, it's just that, right? Yeah. So that's because we changed the input system that this changed. But I don't think that is the problem. I think I did something else that broke it. But we were fine. I have my controller already connected. I don't know, it's not powered. I need to power it, but then I think we have a crash right at startup, if I remember correctly, with the controller attached. Why is there still STR2 stuff here? Whatever. Probably I can actually... let's actually remove that. Don't think STR comes back. I mean, I say that now, but probably it's not coming back. At least not in the same sense that it was back in the day. Like very early on I used STL as the windowing library as well. Alright. Input, what is that? Oh, here. Alright, that's built. Kind of. It built until it didn't build. Game input create. Okay. What? In the constructor he doesn't find that one. Am I not linking correctly or what? That should work. But of course it doesn't. Entry point. That one is empty again, right? Yeah, okay. Fascinating. I would have thought that works. Oh, that's wrong. I think. It's this, right? Oh, wait, is it Onyx Target? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it's I changed the prefix to lowercase for now. I'm not sure if I keep it. I don't know. To be honest, I have no idea what the CMake standard is. But for my public variables, I mostly changed it to lowercase. I know that this is not like that, but it didn't change yet. I don't know what the sensible CMake standard coding style is. Alright, so that should hopefully build now. Oh, my eyes burn. I think, I'm not sure. It's not spring, so why do my eyes burn? Yeah, I do. But I mean, not in winter usually. But I don't know. Yeah, so I think that is the crash that I was talking about. Maybe not. No, I think that's something else. Okay, never mind. Ah, well, the controller is not running, that's why. So let's try to... Game controller. Hello? Is it working? No, of course not. It just does weird sounds. There it is. No, gone again. Do I need a different cable for that? Let's try that cable. That should be better. It doesn't seem to recognize it. Oh no, wait, that's just on the power. God damn it. Give me 1 second. I need to change the cable. All right, give me that cable. All right, let's see. Does that work? Should have tested that before, right? Okay, maybe that cable is even worse than the one before. Oh, that sucks for you, even if that's the case. Yeah, I mean, I have that as well if I shower too hot, but it's only that. But otherwise, it's fine. But yeah, in spring and summer, I have like hay fever, and it's mostly for me on the eyes, actually, which is kind of annoying. Alright, so we have it. I don't know why the cable wasn't working before. Okay, cool. Let's see. Yeah, that looks fine. Alright, so that works. And I think if we start now, it will crash. Exactly. So why do you crash here? So we have an active input device, but we didn't register it yet. Why would that be the case? How do we how do we add an input device actually? Oh, this doesn't trigger or what? Oh no, it does. Oh, okay, that one is not connected yet. Oh, is it because... Stupid me. Makes kind of sense. I think we probably should change that. How does that work actually? We do that in the constructor or what? Yeah. It's probably not the smartest thing to do. Hindsight, probably not the smartest thing to do it like that. Question is, how do I even... Probably this is already not the best way anyways to do it. Because that's very platform specific. Do I even need that? Hold on. Maybe I don't. I mean, for now, what I could do is change the game input. That would be the simplest one. Not sure if I stick with that though. I don't think I want to stick with that. Let's see if that works. So I think that might fix it already. The question is my input system even working with the controller? Because I never really tested the new input system with the controller. The last thing I tested was, there was barely an engine when I did that input stuff. Okay, well, kinda. Until it didn't work. Axis value. Index 30? Gee. Axis. Minus offset. Is that wrong? Probably, right? Axis value. I mean, that is 30, but we want definitely not 30. What? Offset 256. Oh, that's wrong, right? That's game controller axis. Yeah, that looks better. It's a companion cube from Portal. But it's made out of ceramic. It was meant as a pot for plants. You can lift the top off, and the top part, once upon a time, was a clock, an analog clock, but that one died really quick. I handcrafted that for my fiance. Well, I didn't do the cube. The cube I bought, I cut it open. So that I think I did. Or was it already? No, maybe it was already a thing that you could open, but I did the hole for the clock and stuff like that. And then there was a plant in it, but the plant died as well eventually. And since then it's just this prop basically, but maybe for the stream backdrop, maybe there will be a plant coming in there again. Let's see. For now it's just standing there. Oh yeah, I wanted to test the controller. Oh well, okay, I moved the controller and it instantly died. Perfect. What? Why would you say it's not connected? It's there. What? Okay. Let's see. That didn't work. It doesn't even seem to be... Oh, now we are connected. And now we're disconnected again. Cool. So is that cable really scuffed or what? Oh, yeah, we really are disconnected. And now we are connected. Okay, maybe let's keep the controller like that. I don't know. Okay, so we are not crashing, but we cannot move the camera, which is unfortunate. I would have wanted that to work. Let's see, is it an input action thing that we just didn't have that set up? Or is it really an issue of... It's Onyx data input. Camera rotation. No, there should be an axis to the... Alright. Well. Let's see. Input action system. Input binding, access to the probably. Well, actually, let's go first to the game controller and see if that works. Input system. What is... I'm not sure what that is. Do we remove it? Maybe. Question number. Handle game input axis. Let's see, does that work here? Do we get that? Let's put the controller into the right orientation so that it connects. Okay, so that doesn't work, but is the game controller even running? No. Come on. That cable is really annoying. Okay, so it triggers. Yeah, but it doesn't really... Oh, wait. I think... I think my camera actually doesn't handle it. Free camera. I think my free camera system maybe? I think I need to remove that for now. Oh yeah, okay, that works. It's like very sensitive. But it kinda works. The sensitivity is insane. But I guess it works. Because I can rotate. Not sure how to handle the sensitivity though yet. Of course, the mouse now is where it has it always active. But this should spin, but it doesn't spin. Why does it not spin? Shouldn't this... Okay, it spins like that. It's probably a dead zone thing. Or I don't know. Well, that's maybe not what I wanted. Input system. Oh, okay, now it does. But I didn't change anything. That's bizarre. So now it doesn't spin again, right? It's like, why does it not spin? Is it because the value is already that and then we just disregard it? Okay, I see. But even if that is the case, shouldn't that not matter for the input action system? So we get the binding, we update the binding. Okay. X is 2D. And I think it's just... What kind of binding is it actually? God damn it, why did it break now? It's that's probably, is it a composite? No, I think that's one axis 2D. It's not that. I think this one here. Then we get the axis, and if it's not 0, we update it. That should be fine. Get controller axis value. I mean, that should work. Famous last words. And we're not 0. One of them is not 0. Now we go input action system. Probably shouldn't that work? How we don't trigger if we are a new value. But still that should work. Why would you not work? Okay, what kind of action are you? Quit. Don't care. Don't care, don't care. Okay. Binding. That is the keyboard binding, right? Yeah. Really? What? Gamepad? Okay. And then axis. Is 3. Is that wrong, maybe? Am I binding to the wrong values? Maybe I'm binding to the wrong values. Game controller access. I think that is wrong, actually. Maybe that was the thing that's wrong here. I think that was, yeah, that's the ImGUI crash that I have from time to time. Let's see, does that? No. Well, that didn't fix it, I guess. Hmm. Oh, is it even control? Oh god, my controller is not connected, of course. It's not. Oh, come on. That cable is like annoying. Okay, now I think it works, yeah. Yeah, we keep spinning now. I think that was the issue. The sensitivity is crazy, but yeah, now we keep spinning. Okay, so that was the issue. Probably... Yeah, I need a different... Because it's a S16 value, right? But what do we write into the value? Ah. Yeah, that's probably wrong, right? Divided by... So the axis value is divided by numerical limits. S16 max. I think that should already help quite a bit. Oh wait, maybe not here. Not here. Here. Numeric. Yeah, we could do that only once. We will do that in the future, but let's see if that first of all fixes it. But I think that should already help, because now the value should be way lower. Yeah, that's still a bit problematic with the weird cable. Come on, controller, you can do it. I need to find a better cable. Holy moly. Okay, yeah, now it's a little bit too slow, right? But we can work with that. Okay, I think that makes sense. I will briefly make a tactical bathroom break, get some water, and then I will probably look at X input, and maybe we add that as well as a fallback if game input is not found on the machine that compiles the thing. So I'll be right back. this one disappear? I'm not sure. I think the controller doesn't really matter. I think that's the same thing as the cable. Yeah, it's the cable. Well, I will figure that one out later. Let's see first. X input. No idea how that works. So let's read a little bit of documentation. Okay. Fair. Okay. Don't really care about that song, but okay. Is there some... What does that give us back? Gamepad. That doesn't have a lot of information. That's actually the next thing on the list. If you look at the top left, well, top right, sorry. Actually, we should probably change that now that I see that. Linux support is planned for the next version. Definitely, I will never do a Mac support. So if someone wants to have that, he has to do it himself. And I will accept the merge request, but I will not do a Mac, unfortunately, no. That's unfortunately the fault of yes, it's hardware, and I don't really want to support a company that charges money for the fact that I can do something, a software for their platform. Let's put it that way. I mean, Steam is a little bit different, but and I would be willing to pay that, but it's absurd that I have to pay to publish something on the App Store. I don't really see why you would need that, and I need the hardware, so I'm not even able to do it on officially. I mean, of course there is ways around it, and I know the ways around it, but I'm not like trying to do that. So there is ways around it, but usually you need, as you said, hardware and the official Mac machine to do actual official Mac versions of applications. And that is just beyond me, so that's why I'm not doing it. I think I will leave that as is for now, and we do the scaling later. Because I don't think, but yeah, that scaling is of course needed. All right. X input. Let's try to add that, because that will as well make it more obvious how I need to abstract the input system probably. Is the music already? Did we already stream 2 hours? Maybe. So I have a new playlist, and yeah, seems like we ran out of that already. So yeah, it's mostly Apple's fault, to be honest, that I'm not doing it. And then again, I'm a single person, so I'm like, I don't have the capacity. I'm not even sure if I have the capacity to keep Linux running, but let's see. But I would at least want to try it. So I think that's it, right? Yeah. Pragma wants namespace. Technically, I don't need this is Windows, but we will keep it for now. Because again, as I said, I want to probably move that away as soon as we have, as soon as I have the actual compile defines in the in CMake. We probably have a lot of similar functions, pretty sure. Maybe not that. Most likely those callbacks we have. Most likely we don't have that. Probably not that. And we have an X input device. Not sure what I have here yet in there. Did I change it in the wrong file? No. Okay. The thing is, I want to probably try to reuse as much as possible from X input, from game input. Do I need to include logger? I think I don't, right? To be honest, I'm not sure, but let's see X input. Does it have as wire defines for the buttons? Okay, it does. But what would be... Is that start? Oh, okay, yeah, that's start. Spec. South. It's A. Okay, sure. I knew that. Oh, it says even here. B. X. Y. D-pad up. Left thumb probably, and right thumb, and then is there a none? Unfortunate. There is not a none. So probably why we just do that, right? Can I do that? Okay, maybe not. I love macros, really. I love them. Not. Game input, gamepad. Button mask. What is that? Oh, that's a game input thing. Do I have a mask here as well? Probably not, right? So at that point it's yeah, 16. Let's actually do do a struct or a using x input game button mask. X input that zone? Or is there a difference? What is that? Why is there different values for that zone? Dead zones? What? Dead zone. Okay. Input that zone. Is that the... No. Okay, no, we need a... We need a different dead zone. Okay, so never mind. Forget that. This is for now still like that. Let's not do that. We don't need that. Probably can do just a default constructor. Let's not do any of that. Did I really change that now in the wrong file? Of course I did. Oh no, I didn't. Never mind. So that one goes away. X input. Okay, so in the documentation it just says that we loop over them, and if we get a state it's connected, if we don't get a state it's not connected. Okay, and we only support 4 controllers max, which is as well a problem, right? But yeah. Does that work? Probably. Let's do that. I really like to keep that it's like a separate thing. All right, so do we just, can I get somehow X input get device ID? But is that again the X input? That's not Windows, probably, right? Hello, lol boy. Hello, hello. Ah, X input get device ID. And then out we get an app logger. Maybe we could do that. So let's try that. So if we have that, we try to do that. No? Not a thing, I guess. No, but it even says here get X. What? X input on game input.h. Do I need another include for that or what? And does that just work? Okay, maybe not. Great, that doesn't work. Perfect. So half of the stuff doesn't work. So I guess I have no idea how to find a unique ID or what. Yeah, it's extra functionality, yes. Oh, my eye starts again. God damn it. So I guess we just have to live with the fact that maybe the input device changes. It's, I guess, a limitation of X input. So for well, if active input devices, so basically we just have 4 input devices, right? So we can do that as a static array here. Because we always have at most 4. Well, that one is maybe dynamic. No, I would say actually we don't have any inactive devices. Well, I don't think it's an allergy, but yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't have one. If that is false, then we do try, well, or restore maybe. Don't even need to try, we just restore it, right? And we don't need any of that crap. Because we can't even do that anyways nicely. So might as well just kill it, I guess. X input device. Connected equals that. Well, we should probably, yeah, we should start do some stuff though. Tool is connected. Like that. And then if device is not, well, device.m connected is connected, then we have a change. And basically if our is connected, then we trigger M on game controller connected with our index. There's M on game controller disconnected with our index. Yeah. And of course we need to update the device M connected to is connected. Perfect. And then afterwards, if we are connected, we do the rest. So if is connected, we query the input state, and that we do basically from here. Okay, I guess we could do more, but so we get our yeah, state here. Gamepad. All right. So basically, I think update button states. I think we want this basically here and this hastic event handler. Not quite sure where that was. Let's go back to game controller. Game input controller. Oh, okay. Basically up here we do that. All right. And then let's see, how do they do that? So I guess we just, okay, I guess it's pretty simple. What is the byte though? Okay, I mean, okay, from, yeah, whatever, I guess. So I guess we don't do it like that. We have to really query it manually because we have each member manually here. Although the, never mind, the buttons might be, never mind, the buttons might have something. Question is, do we have a count here? No, right? I mean, those are how many? Well, it doesn't say it. 81 to 4, like 13-ish. Do we have the same? No, right? Because we have those additional buttons here. X user max count. Would be nice if there's a button max, but I guess I will just do one. So that should be 13, I guess. And then gamepad state W buttons. That. And if we are pressed, we basically handle that, right? Yeah. And that would be this. I mean, we can rename that to device index. It's basically that. And it's a little bit more explanatory, maybe. I don't know. Do we even have X input device? I think. Yeah, all of that is basically useless to have, to be honest. I think for X input, I just kill that thing. Basically, it's just that, actually. I think X input is very, very simple, it seems like. Is device connected? Actually, we can do that as a ref, because then we can change it right away. All right. And then this is gamepad state. S thumb LX, I guess. Y RX RY. And then what is that? Oh, that's the old code. Never mind. Do I need to release that state? Doesn't look like it. I mean, maybe. I'm not sure. The trigger. I might not handle the trigger here. Which is kind of weird. Maybe I never did that. But that seems to be not right, because yeah, that is a U8. Trigger value. STD numeric limits. Wait, maybe that... Oh no, that is already a U. Well, we don't need to do anything then, actually. I think we don't need to convert them, right? We just forward them as is. I mean, again, that should be just as is, but yeah. Let's see if that works. If it builds. I mean, it might build because it doesn't include it, right? I think I removed those. Let's go to input. .h. Let's remove that. Let's add x input. Don't need that necessarily, but I mean, we can have it, it's fine. Do I have anything else? Return m input devices, add device ID. Okay, well, that is weird. No target action. Oh no, I have a weird include somewhere. Oh wait, I as well should probably remove that part here to test that for now. So we just add X input for now. I think I want to have X input always there on Windows, just in case as... maybe not actually. I think if game input is there, it's just superior, so we should use that. Oh, great. It didn't... No, it built, but... No, it didn't. It has a weird... Get card with non-existent target X input. What? But I... Did I not try that before and it worked fine? What? I have very minimal Unreal experience professionally, so I know. Okay, let's try that. I don't know, man. It's weird. Let's not link X input directly. Let's see, maybe it's like on Windows just magically there. So yeah, I've really not done any projects except for some hobby stuff in Unreal. So no, I don't have any experience with their online services. What? Oh, okay. So that should be that, which is fine. We'll never have more than that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't really have any input on that. Let's do that. But where does this target architecture come from? It's some weird include somewhere, but I have no idea where it's coming from. Bin NT, I love it. Do I just not do that? No, it should be X input. Do I need some additional... I love Windows. I think I should have... Yeah, that one I should have. Do I really need to do Windows first here? Maybe? Yeah, maybe. Okay. Maybe that was really it. Yep, nice suggestion. What's up? Where is my controller running? Oh, it is running. But I don't get anything great. Well, that is fascinating. Shouldn't you have run? Oh, maybe not. Okay. Where do we have errors? Yeah, see, so, I need to link again the X input somehow. Because it doesn't find X input get state. But somehow doesn't like the CMake stuff. Doesn't like that. Maybe X input, X input? I don't know. Probably not, right? Everything X input dot lib. Do I need to add a bind for that? And we can as well try X input lowercase. Otherwise I will do a find probably. But yeah, sucks. I think I have to do probably one because it seems like CMake does not come with one. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I think it should be fairly easy by doing this. And then okay. Ah. X input. Let's actually replace game input with X input everywhere. That should work. Famous last words. Mm-hmm. But is it in the same path? I mean, it's 64. That looks fine, actually. Yeah, that looks actually as if it would work. So let's go here and then we do a find X input. Does that work? And do I really need to do that myself, or do I somehow have a helper from CMake to find that library? Well, that didn't work, I guess. All right, so let's find X input. Oh, maybe that might be case sensitive, right? Did I do? Yeah, okay. So that would be this. Oh my god. Think those all shouldn't have been uppercase, but what can you do? Might work better. Okay, now those are uppercase. Eh. That is all lowercase. Let's try that. Maybe that helps. Maybe that's like case sensitive or whatever. Wait. Yeah, I think actually I like the lowercase better here. Okay, let's try that again. No, I mean, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I worked on some pretty big projects. But there are way smarter people out there than me. Exactly, paid chatter, right? No, I don't know. It's, I wouldn't say. I mean, I'm not saying I'm stupid, but there's definitely a bunch of smart guys, way smarter guys in there. But yeah, I think my strengths are memory management and yeah, like engine stuff, like C++ related, like threading, multi-threading, and optimizations in that sense. Yeah, that for sure. I mean, maybe server, I'm not sure. Maybe server as well. I'm not too sure with that environment, to be honest. I mean, again, maybe I'm coming from the game industry, and then game servers have very tight constraints there as well again. So maybe that's why I think they are maybe the same, but and maybe in like a production, like a normal app on normal servers, like it's maybe not the same. I don't know. But yeah, they usually have very tight restrictions. It's actually a funny side story. When I started working at the company I currently work for, I did a project for it was not really game related, but it used game technology. I think we used PhysX, so NVIDIA PhysX, for some physics simulation for for actual industrial partner. And their their requirement was like, yeah, if that whole thing, it doesn't need to be real time. If it's finished in like an hour, it's fine. And it was like a 30-second simulation of a physics simulation. And I'm like, how are you fine with a 30-second simulation taking an hour? It's like, what the hell? And we did it way better than that. It was basically real time, but insane. Like the requirements, it's like, it's different ballpark for some people. It's quite funny to see the different types of yeah, experiences, I guess. Okay, but why am I not getting here? Shouldn't I be getting here? Okay, maybe not. Ah, I didn't call the update probably as well, right? It's probably, yeah. As well commented out. Now what am I doing, man? Okay, that looks better, that looks better. And we crash, perfect. Why do we crash? Ah, unhandled controller. Did I do too much? Probably. 10. Okay. Going through the 4th round of interviews. Yeah, I can see that being a little bit scary, but I mean, if you know Rust, I didn't do any Rust, but what I've heard so far, it's, I mean, not, I mean, it's definitely different, but I think you will manage, would be my opinion. Numeric cast. Oh, I'm stupid. Yes. Is that, but that is 0 to 25, right? So that's fine. Oh yes, oh yeah. Well, I can't stop anymore, but let's not think about that. Why can I not stop? That is another question, right? I said the dead the oh, that might be actually the dead zone, right? So probably we should handle the dead zone here already. In this case here. So what does it suggest here for the dead zone handling? I thought I get a sign short for the gamepad. Am I not? So yeah, that is sign thing. But it's a magnitude. I don't think it's good enough to do just... Let's actually see what SDR does. GitHub. Not sure if that is the X input one. Maybe. So what was it? Because we can just look for that function being called in X in SDR somewhere. Hmm. Perfect. So what does it do? That's just getting... Okay. Oh yeah, we could do that actually. That makes maybe more sense. Times that minus that. That's an interesting thing to do, but okay. But it doesn't do any... Thank you, Rapusen, for the follow. It doesn't do any dead zone handling here, or what? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. So where is the dead zone handling done? SDR joystick. Let's see, let's actually... That zone, I don't know. $8,000 is a dead zone. I mean, I guess we can try that, I don't know. Wait, what was this here? Game input controller. Oh yeah. So basically we do the same thing, probably. Um... And well, yeah, let's do that. S16. Then if that is 8,000. Then we do that. Otherwise, we just return X's value. And for the trigger, we do something similar. What is the trigger? 30. Okay. Convert trigger. Alright, I mean that one can't be negative, so we can just do that. And then on top of that, we will do some other dead zone handling, right? Okay. I think that works. Yeah. It's really hard to control still because we have the high values. But X input working as well. All right. So the only question is now, how do we compare? Okay, well, I think that was the disconnect again, right? Probably. Yeah. So how come that can happen? Because we do have one here, but it's not connected. Shouldn't it have been removed then? Okay, is it not? Input system. Are we not registering that? Okay, no. Oh. We never remove it, we just set it to false. I guess in that case the assert is wrong. Or maybe it's fine to do that. But we should in the input binding. Do I have a value for that? Probably not. I mean, at that point, no, let's actually kill the input value for that. If that happens, we kill the input value. What is the gamepad button probably as well. If we are not connected, we should as well do the same thing. I mean, that one is... Ah, I see. Yeah, that is already as well a little bit sus. That should make it a little bit better. Okay. And if I disconnect, we should stop, yeah. Oh god, my mouse is broken with that, but yeah. Okay, X input, game input working, perfect. I think we are, yeah, we are connected again, perfect. I think I need a modifier now though to make that nice. Where is it? I think I had modifiers already planned, but I think I removed all of that logic or like all of that thing. So let me actually pull up my dev stream because I think it's still in there. Because I think I submitted the comment there. Actually not in public. In private, probably input system? No, input action system. Oh, okay, we only have those modifiers. But I think that should be a modifier. Let me quickly check with Unreal. Not that I do exactly everything like Unreal, but oh no, I have a bad feeling about that. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, and I would want to know how they handled the dead zone. If it was a trigger or a modifier. I would assume it's a modifier. Because it makes the most sense in my head. At least for the scaling, we definitely want a modifier. And we'll never understand why this needs so much time to boot. I mean, I kinda understand it, but I don't know why I need to load hair shaders when I don't even use them in a default project. Especially for the launcher. That's beyond me, because now I need to wait again probably. And I do the same thing again. And at least that was a little bit quicker. Skip restore. Hello? Where are you? Ah, it's still not open. Okay, of course it's not. God damn it. Okay, is it here that I have already input stuff or not? it looks like not really. Actually, I think that was the wrong project, which will be unfortunate because now we need to do the same thing again. I think I have a different project which I wanted to open. I think this one is better. Because I think it has the default character in it. The default 3D stuff. Yeah. Because then we have an input map here. A lower thread. Yeah, okay, so it's a modifier. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. But it doesn't have a... Interesting. Okay. It doesn't have a scaling. Here we have okay, so here we scale it, yeah. That's funny that it's a scalar, but the scalar is usually only one value. Whatever. Alright. So I was correct that the dead zone would be a modifier, yeah. So basically we do the same, which I already wanted to do anyways. Alright, so we go here, we add a new modifier. Dead zone modifier. And now the cool part about our code generation comes in. Probably at least. Modules input private. Because previously I had to register this thing. Well, I still need to register it in CMake, but that's the only thing. Modifiers. So that one should now generate. And then I should be able to just write the modifier and it should just appear. If I am correct. Let's find out. The hard way, I guess. Why? Why would you have done that? What? Okay, cool. Dead zone modifier. Not quite sure why my CMake include file just reset for whatever reason. So yeah, tomorrow, I'm not sure when I will stream. I will prepare a couple of things off stream first, but as the controller is kind of working, we might be moving on to the last remaining feature, and then we have bug fixing left, and the last remaining feature would be Linux exactly. I just need to do some tests beforehand before going live so that we don't have to do a lot of like pain and suffering on stream. Just need to see how I want to stream it, how I want to test it, etc. Why would you generate again? What the hell? I didn't tell you to generate again. Okay, so now it works perfect. And now we have the dead zone modifier, perfect. So dead zone modifiers, and we inherit from public input modifier. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, if you want to, you can share it, but I will probably want to write it myself. But I mean, some reference might be nice, yes. I will actually not object that. You can send it as well in Discord if you want to, in like a private message. Trigger. I wanted to copy a trigger stuff. We need... Oh yeah, we need a couple more things here, of course. Stuff like that, for example. That's on modifier. Maybe I want to name it that's on input modifier. Maybe. That's on input modifier, and then we have here an override. I will check it out in a second. I just want to finish that first. And then we have, well, not that, we have out modifier. So the question is, I guess we have a vector 3. Actually, yeah, no, we have like two values, like vector 2 f. Wow, let's do maybe just one. Lower threshold. F32 upper threshold. Okay, what did you send me here? I don't know if there's a new way of adding Wayland now, but back then I copy from KDE. Like that fine Wayland or what? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Where is my music gone? That's so weird. Alright. Need to filter out some songs, I guess. Okay, so let's give it some sensible default values. I don't know, 0.1 F and 1.0 F. I don't know. I'm not doing that much longer. I think that's the last thing I will do today. How long are we actually already streaming? Nah, it's not that long, but I was a bit late today because I did some shenanigans with the playlist in the background. Well, my fiance did for me, to be honest, but wanted to wait for it. Which was very nice of her because now we have different background music for once. So no, I wanted to actually move this apply generate, please. Thank you. And then let's do value at x is value at x is less than less than threshold, I guess. If it's less than the lower threshold, then we do 0. Then we set it to 0, otherwise we keep it. That's probably a better way to do that, right? And then we do the same. If x is greater than upper threshold, then we at least set it to the upper threshold, right? No, we set it to 1, I guess. Otherwise we keep it. I think that might be okay. So that should run the code generation, and if I'm not mistaken, we should get a modifier here. No. If my code generation works. Okay, I mean that much worked. Why? Oh, because we have the wrong factory. Great. How did that happen? Okay, so we have a couple of bugs in the code generator. Great. The other question is, does that even work now? Oh, we didn't do the serializer, of course. Lower threshold. Okay. Need that include? Alright, need that include of course as well. And then the other question is input action settings window. How do we do trigger? I think we actually don't visualize those yet. Which is a bit of a problem, not gonna lie. But I guess what we could do is scale them. Well, not scale them, but add them manually, so that's what I wanted to say. Trigger, I think because, yeah, we have a trigger here already. So basically, for example, the camera rotate maybe. So that is the axis, yeah. And then here we would... Is it here? I think it is here, right? We do a modifier. Or is it... Wait. It's in the... Yeah, it's in the binding, yeah. So it should be... modifiers here, and then we have here a modifier list. According to my assumption. Let's first try to find out what the actual trigger ID is. That would be done in the editor, but I don't have the editor yet, so kind of have to do it manually. So first that one, hex. Okay, and then the question is, where do we deserialize that? Probably somewhere here, modifiers. That's where we have a type ID. Now we have a serializer function. Okay. So that should be fairly straightforward. That should be very similar to the trigger. That would be our beautiful dead zone modifier name. And then oh wait, it needs to be an object like that, right? And then this would be lower threshold and upper threshold. And probably I did some mistake somewhere in my beautiful JSON again. So let's actually verify it right away. Why? What did you do? Okay, that looks like it's fine. Let's see if we actually call that, and then let's see if we call that. Why? Why am I sleeping on the couch? Lies. Why that doesn't work? Oh, are we even calling the modifiers? That's another question. Input action system. Probably not actually. Trigger. Binding update. If has updated, then we run our for const unique pointer modifier. Oh wait, that might actually that might be interesting, but let's see. Modifier apply to our input value. So that should help. Ah, okay. Well, why not? It's nice to do it. Okay, well, I mean, I guess we run into that maybe. Okay. Ah, wait. Am I actually really doing interesting? I really... I mean, I guess what we could do is as well then afterwards out input value. Let's scale it for now by 50 or something like that. I don't know. Okay, I mean, that works. And we can stop, so that kind of works. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, I need the negative version, of course, as well. So the dead zone needs to be a little bit smarter. If value is less than that and greater than that, is that the correct check? No, if it's greater than minus the threshold, right, and it's less than the normal threshold, then we are at 0. That should be the check. I mean, we could do an absolute as well, I guess. And then if our value is greater than that, we are this, and if our value is less than the upper threshold in the bottom, we are -1. That's correct, right? I think it is. But I will then call it a day. But I should be able to... Well, okay, maybe not. No, I can go up and... Maybe not. Okay, I can do... It's a bit weird. Forget... Change X to Y and Z. You're right. That might be why it's weird. Or it just... Okay, no, it kinda works. Until it doesn't. Well, okay, I will look at that later. I don't think that's very smart anyways. And probably... Or is it get X controller value? I think that one should already return normalized value most likely. I think we want here already an F32. Right, I think. Why would I want the S16 here? Doesn't really add anything, I think. I mean, even if we did that still, I think it would be better if here we divide by... Let's do that. Oh. Okay, maybe not here. Where do we call that? Then let's do it here. I think that's better. I think we should actually most likely change that to just return floats. But I will think about that before doing that, like, and submitting that. What? Oh, did we... Yeah, we... That needs to be fixed. Maybe that's the last thing I will do today, fixing that in the code generator, because it's a nasty bug. Okay, oh yeah, that looks better, that looks way better. That works now. Okay. So it probably was because the values were weird for the 64. For the S16. Okay, so we have that working. We would still need to scale it a little bit so that it's not this sensitive, right? But we can do that with another modifier on top. So controller stuff works. Let's fix the the code generator and then call it a day. Hello, Rio. Welcome, welcome. So some good progress today. Where is that? Let me think. It's in the module, right? Yeah. And then, okay, well, that one was easy to find. It's middle in the screen. Modifiers factory. Right. Let's copy it over. And then oh yeah, same place, same fix. Cool. So if we build that, that should do it. Actually, yeah, that reminds me, I still need to add that script somewhere to not need to do that manually. Oh, nice. I mean, I hope it's nice for you. I hope it turns out good. I thought you already left by what you said, but I guess you still had some pending stuff. But nice to hear. Ah, okay. I see. That's a really long notice period, actually. But again, in Austria, it's in Austria, it's as well, the longer you work at a company, the longer the notice period gets. So at my first company, when it went bankrupt, I was working there for 5, maybe 6 years. I'm not sure, actually. And then the notice period was 3 months, which was kind of nice because even though the company was bankrupt because of labor law in Austria, basically they still had to pay, like the state basically paid my notice period, which is kind of insane. But yeah, so I had like 3 months of paid like payment, but didn't work. Okay, I see. That's funny. Let's fix that code gen as well, and then we are done. Because that's annoying me. So that's in here. Quantity cast should be the right thing here. Quantity cast, and then oh yeah, we need the units here. So that should be. We are in the Onyx namespace, so that should just be this. Do I need to rebuild? Probably I need to rebuild, yeah. Or I need to add a space somewhere or something like that to rebuild. Maybe game core doesn't rebuild now. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, we still have this one. God damn it, I forgot that one. Where did I brick that though? Oh, here. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Okay, yeah, but that works now. It's just that remaining. So let's do that one more time and then we're done. Yeah, I have to do this empty space revert stuff because the code generator current, or like the solution doesn't pick up that the code generator version changed. Because I moved a couple of things into DLLs and then just the DLL changes and not the executable, and we are only looking at the executable currently. Perfect. Cool. So we have code generation for data types as well, or like units as well now with like radians, and it automatically converts it for you. Nice, because this is now yeah, this is now using actual. Where is that actually? Let's bring that back because that was annoying me. But I need to think about how I want to control the camera with the controller. If I want to do that actually. Not sure. But yeah, well, that's an ImGUI crash, right? Hmm. I'm wondering why that happens. The texture is... Oh no, we would get that out. Oh, but we might not have that yet. Wondering if there is a maybe some sort of thing we can somehow initialize true. But font is null and fonts probably as well or something like that. Okay, we have, let's change the... Yeah, it's probably some sort of thing that the IO thing is not finished yet. Because I think we upload those in the ImGUI system, right? Yeah. So probably that one. Somehow not valid yet. Or something like that. Would be my assumption. Would need to look at that a little bit more in detail. But yeah, we have... Why is my input not working? Is the controller overriding my input? It might be actually. Okay, so that's another thing we probably need to find out. But yeah, I can rotate here again. And then this is in degrees now, so that's something we support now. Or that was a useless rotation. Huh, does it not work? Hmm. Okay, maybe not. My face is in the way. Oh yeah, I did. Or I thought that this is in degrees, but it doesn't do anything. So let's try to figure that out. Should be here. Oh wait, I think I know. Yeah, that's a okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a. I think it needs to be set rotation in here. On basically this with a rotation oiler. Do we early exit here? Yeah, we do. So probably not that. Instead, we do this. I think that should do it. I think I have to I have to rethink that part here. How I would do that in the thing. Oh, that's again IMGUI stuff. That's weird that the IMGUI stuff is so fragile currently. I'm not sure why I didn't change anything, I think. So if I do now a 30 here, yeah, okay, now we rotate, yeah. Now we do a 90 here, and yeah, that works. Okay, oh, you mean, yeah, maybe we could add a label here. How would I do that though? Because the rotation is a little bit special. I will think about that. If I force show, do I see my oiler? No, I don't see even my rotation here. Why? Ah, because I'm not passing that in, yeah. It's like this is not even used currently. Actually, I think I know how I would be able to change that. Where would that be? Maybe in transform. Transform component is a little bit sus for that. Maybe game core. We could do it here. We could do here that. I need the registry here. Where the transform component. And that is more or less in line with what I wanted to do. I mean, somehow similar to that. And before we push that in, we do transform component rotation equals Or yeah, whatever the set rotation does. Which is this. I think that should fix it, and then we can revert the thing in the editor code. Because this is modified, triggers the factory of the component, and then we move over the rotation from the oil angles. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So we trigger now this factory function here, which is exactly what I wanted to do. Like, that's exactly intended, that when a component changes in the editor, it basically gets re-added to the entity. That's on the editor specific code. It doesn't happen in the game, but yeah. So now we trigger that, we get the rotation that changed, and then we can do some stuff on top of it. And we can basically move it into our runtime component. Cool. Awesome. All right. Actually, that's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, I turned it off so you saw that, so that you can see the property window. Maybe I will move myself in the future, because yeah, the property window is like kind of obscured by that. All right. Thank you very much for joining as usual. We will be back tomorrow, but I don't know the time yet, because yeah, usually Monday is not a stream day. But probably, yeah, most likely I will be here, because yeah, I have already vacation, so I have some free time. Thank you very much. I will have that. Going to watch some movies with my fiance. Yeah. See you tomorrow. Have a great start into the week if you still have to work. Otherwise, yeah, enjoy your vacation. Maybe we see each other tomorrow. Have a nice rest of your evening. Take care. Bye bye.